but not living in the past? Are we building positive connections with our community and outside partner? And is the decision-making process building a diverse, equitable, and inclusive community? Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Brandy, I'm not seeing is Councilmember Warden online?
Yeah, he wanted.
Okay. I just don't see him on the screen. So if we can adjust the screen appropriately so that we can see him, it would be greatly appreciated. And since he's online, if someone wouldn't mind making a motion to amend, Councilmember Trenary, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to amend the consent agenda, item 4G, the excusal of Councilmember Warden for personal obligation. Councilmember Warden is online.
Second it.
There's a motion and a second to remove the excusal of Councilmember Warden since he is with us online. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that agenda has not been modified. Any other proposed amendments this evening? Councilmember Rosepepe?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Rosepepe, second by Councilmember Morrissey. I thought I heard over there to approve the agenda as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the agenda has been set for this evening. We are to our first citizen comment period. Anyone wishing to address the council, please step to the microphone and identify yourself for the record. And if there's anybody online, use the raise your hand feature and the clerk will bring you into the meeting. Yeah.
Oh, should I restart? Oh, okay. Well, anyways, I'm Katie and Cornell, and I grew up in Port Orchard, Washington, graduated from South Kitsap High School in 2007. And it's an honor to be before you today. And just to meet you, I wanted to introduce myself. I currently am a resident of Gig Harbor, but I'm running for the House of Representative position. Sorry.
We aren't allowed to have political.
Oh, no, sorry. Oh, yeah. I just was told to introduce myself. I'm so sorry. Oh, thank you. Well, I just wanted to build it, that I'm not sure what's allowed, but.
You can introduce yourself. You just can't refer to any current election issue.
Oh, okay. Well, I just was saying that I wanted to get to know you guys, and I'd like to hear what's important to you guys over this next season. So that's all. That's that way. If I reach out to you and talk to you, you know who I am. You saw my face, and I want to know what's important to Port Orchard. That was all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. Nice to
Thank
meet
you.
All right. Anyone else wishing to address the council? Let's see anybody online besides Councilmember Warden. So I will close the first citizen comment period. We have an approved consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Morrissey, a second by Councilmember Diener to approve the consent agenda as amended. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda has been approved. We have a presentation. A special guest, Adam Smith, is here. He's a local artist, and he has given us a proposal to do a mural downtown. And he gave me a bunch of information about different art styles and things. And I'm not an artist, so I figured it was better to have Adam come talk to us about this, what this mural could look like, and talk about his proposal. So Adam, welcome.
Sure. Thank you guys for having me. So how did I get looped into this? My friend, Josh Johnson, I was locking up my art studio here in Port Orchard for the night. As I was heading out to the vehicle, he's like, I have an idea and I was wondering if you'd be able to help me on it. And he explained some of the big events that are going to happen over the summer here in the Puget Sound, and that we may have some visitors come into the area. And one idea was, could we paint a mural next to the park downtown facing the water? And he showed me an AI mock-up of what appears to be a boat similar to the Carlisle at a sunset with like a bird in front. AI doesn't make great birds all the time, but that's the image. And so that was liked. Conversations began, and then the question was, how much to have an artist paint something like that? Like, what would it cost? And so I needed measurements to try to give Josh an estimate. And he told me it's approximately 290 square feet. And so then I went through the process of costing out the three phases. So the wall would be in primer, it would be weather appropriate for an outside to prepare the surface for painting. The type of mural paints that you would need to get a good long output, and the steel that you need to put in there long term that can get the big so I costed that out because I painted mural not that long ago here in town. I had an approximate idea of how long it would take me, and so I did some calculations and tried to get the number down as far as I possibly could, considering that this was a favor to the city, so to speak. And so I came up with that budget based on this type of concept. So then as questions are asked, like, what would be helpful if I was to get content for how much things can, in terms of time, can take, and in terms of how to translate to price per. And the best way I can describe that with kind of falls in the wide bucket, kind of, it's based on realistic, sort of realistic faith and realistic lighting, but it's not at the point where it is photorealistic per se, where like you take the photo, right? And it's also not distraction, which is the other end of the spectrum, where it's like you can tell what it is, like, right? So so that impressionism work sits in the middle, which is what the bit is based on. If you go towards the photo spectrum, time becomes the challenge, right? Because you have to make a lot of tiny micro decisions. And to put it in context, you could go to any gallery in Kitsap right now, any decently established artist, and if it was a, let's say, 12 square foot painting, which is a decent size, something like that may take upwards of 130 hours in photorealism to complete that price tag, approximately $10,000 to $20,000, depending on the reputation of the artist. So if you do the math, 290 is just more than 12 square feet, right? It's a massive territory. So I don't think photorealism is the right term to use. I would think it falls most closely in line with an impressionism style. Now, in terms of my capabilities, I was trained at Olympic College initially and went on to the artist who had a very good bachelor's degree in media arts and animation, both in a traditional style as well as 3D digital art. And when on the traditional side, the thing that's interesting about animators is we have to have the ability to draw any character in any style just as good as the person next to us. And so preparation for that training, you do tens of thousands of drawings to model, which means I can draw pretty much anything in any style these days. My current portfolio represents a body of work that I've been building since 2018 to separate myself in a really radically crowded art world and have something that feels like, hey, Adam Smith must have made that. Versus some other body of work like photorealism or abstraction or some other thing that I'm capable of, but that my peers make. And so what I wanted to do is highlight examples of my portfolio that are somewhat near what the proposed theory could look like. And so I just picked out a couple samples to see some of the work that I do. I use more of an oilism type approach, but that's just an approach. Like the mural shows, there could be sections that are completely smoothed out, nice. But this gives you an idea of my ability to use color, lighting, accuracy, things like that. And you can flip through them pretty quickly. I just included different styles you could see, realism. This was more of my general style, but something like this is highly detailed. This is a good example of lighting. Most of these paintings, if they're not already purchased, they're typically on display at my wife's animal hospital here in town, like that one's on display right now. But yeah, so similar colors, similar style, similar vibe. And that's why when Josh showed me that initial concept art, I thought this was right in my wheelhouse. And one of my, the reason I thought it'd be a cool project is we have a lot of kids. My family and my wife and I have 6 children, and many of those children played at that park, facing the water. And my friend Danielle painted a mural there years ago with that ship with the text. So having a mural next to hers in a city I love and in a playground we adore made a lot of sense to me in terms of stepping up to raise my hand and say, I would be willing to take time away from my main businesses to help the city in this way. But I'm also humble enough to say there's plenty of talented artists throughout Kitsap that could do just as good of a job, if not better than me. But I am qualified to do the job, and I really like to do this type of work. So if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to address any of that.
Questions for Adam? I just felt it was appropriate to bring Adam here and speak to his art versus me trying to talk
Yeah.
speak to Adam's art. So
Yeah.
Councilmember, go ahead.
So in your slide about photorealism, you say that a large public facing piece is 100 to 300 hours or more.
Yeah.
What did you estimate the mural at, the ship mural at?
Based on the concept art, I think I can get that done in about 60 to 80 hours of work, including the preparation phase, getting the art done itself, and then sealing it.
Okay.
Hard part sometimes is you don't know what you know until you get in there. And so, right. So it's some pieces, like the paints I would use, the paints I use every single day. Like I use gold and acrylic paints inside of a studio setting. These would be closer to house paints, if that makes sense. And so when it comes to the translucency of a color, some things may take multiple coats, and I won't know that till I get in there. So.
And just to follow up, you had mentioned that if you look at the Carlisle
Yeah.
painting or
Yep,
example,
Can you go back to that, Brandon?
you had said that was more of an impressionism piece or would be?
Closer to impressionism. Yeah. I think the heart behind impressionism, when Monet and those guys initially founded it, had a lot to do with giving a sense of everyday life realism, but focused on moments and lighting. Ultimately, that's a good summary of impressionism. The mark making style varied rapidly within the impressionism movement. A lot of the mark making is similar to what I've made in some of my portfolio examples, but it's not limited to that by any means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Adam, we know this is AI generated.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
and you as an artist, what are you envisioning creating there? It won't look exactly like this. I know that.
Sure. Well, I think part of the appeal has to do with the fact that it's clearly a local scene that has a beautiful sunset that we see regularly. The colors are opposites on the color wheel, they're complementary. And so that creates a lot of contrast and just dynamic imagery to begin with from a color theory perspective. What I would hope to do is stick close to that because that's what started the conversation. But the parts of the AI image that would need more clarity, and I would be working on a concept sketch if hired, would be clarifying the Carlisle so you know exactly which boat that is. I'd also fix the birds and I might add some other birds. And then because of that shot, he just put Sinclair Inlet into the prompt, but we face Bremerton. So I probably would add hints of things of the Bremerton side, including, depending on what shot we're looking at, potentially pieces of PSNS as well as like the crane. Sometimes you see the bridge. Just depends on which way the camera is pointed. So I'd go down to the waterfront. I'd take several images to work from. I'd also get really precise measurements, and then I would have a very complete mock-up done that I could present again and say, hey, this is actually the one I'd like to paint up there.
Mhm,
But it would be close to that just because that's the one that got the conversation rolling.
mhm.
Councilmember Fenton.
No, I appreciate you coming here and explaining more about your artwork. I think, the mosquito fleet, the walk-on ferries, that says downtown Port Orchard.
Yeah.
And I really like also making sure that we have seagulls in it,
Yeah.
because I was telling Shira, that, what is it, over 30 years, we've literally done a seagull calling contest downtown.
Yeah.
And so I think seagulls are a big part of us too.
So yeah, it's a core part of our identity, I think. in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I love the ferry scene that, what you can produce for us.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Heidi.
Mhm.
Councilmember Rosebaby.
Nice presentation. I really do like when you look at the AI generated in example one that you have. I really do like the example one. It's more realistic to a degree instead of a photograph. My real concern is timeline because I know it's going to be weather dependent.
Absolutely.
And, how does that fit in with your business? Because just looking at your business page, you're a busy guy.
I'm a busy guy. Yeah.
And so that's of a concern because I know we want to get this done to not just in time for World Cup, but even before then to generate some interest in the community.
For sure. Yeah. So whether, no matter who did it, right, would be a factor. So I would be looking to start as early as I can, as appropriate. I would be investigating drying times or temperatures for certain things to see, is there a range where it's really not advised to use this type of paint outdoors? But I'd get clarity around that. My guesstimate is probably around spring. We're going to be warm enough to begin an outdoor process like this. What I would probably need a little bit of help with is some level of temporary barrier cones or something to, around the proposed part. Doesn't have to block off the whole walkway,
Mhm.
but just a part that protects it as we go through, because obviously I couldn't get it done in one day, right? So it'd have to be a phased approach over a few weeks. But throughout that process, I believe I can deliver on it because I did that at the Pacific Building.
Mhm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
I see Councilmember Warden has his hand raised.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey,
That's
Eric.
fine.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to say thanks for coming tonight, Adam. I've known Adam, probably my whole life. It sure feels like.
Yeah.
We both grew up in the area. Our families are extremely close. So I do appreciate that Adam is a local artist. I think that adds a lot to it. I just want to know, there's a lot of prep work that goes into working on concrete. So I do appreciate you taking us on at the cost that you are, because it's an amazing amount of work. So I feel it's basically giving back.
Yeah.
But my question is, working on concrete, it's not like working on a building, right? Where the backside of the wall is an office space. The backside of that wall is soil. So you're going to have moisture. Do you have like a plan for that to try to prevent moisture from messing with is there some sort of technique that you're pretty familiar with on doing that?
So I'd say one thought is I'm envisioning this a little bit like a sandwich where the base layer would be a primer. And so I think the primer from that first side would protect it from the back side, if that makes sense. And
Yeah,
then
for sure.
the painting would be applied to the primer, and then the seal coat for that exterior would go on top of that. So to me, I think the mural would overall be fairly protected. I've been watching Danielle Rimbert's mural, which is next to this, for years, and I feel like it's held up pretty well.
Mhm.
And I don't think that she was using quite the same materials I intend to. So
Okay.
my expectation is this thing would last decades. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks.
And then one last thing, and I hate to even bring this part up, but it's just you got to be real about it. Is there some sort of a sealant that you can put over the top of it to help with graffiti or something?
Yeah, absolutely. That's sort of what I was hinting at a few times during this speech.
I
There's
couldn't
a-
really hear your speech. I'm sorry. It was
Fair
kind
enough.
of,
Yeah, that's probably my
Sorry.
fault. Yeah, there's a sealant that's it's specifically designed for this
Okay.
purpose, and it's widely available. There's probably even multiple brands of it, but that would be the final step, is just completely clear coating this steel to give it protection multiple ways, from moisture, from sun, as well as potential graffiti.
Mhm.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Adam, for coming tonight.
Yeah, no problem.
Councilmember Morrissey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Smith, thank you for another attempted investment in our community. Just first and foremost, want to start there for you volunteering your time, efforts, and your talent with us. Much appreciated. I think I share some of the same concerns that Councilmember Warden does. We might ask you to work a little bit with Director Ryan, with his staff, who might have some knowledge and be able to help with that,
Sure.
so that we can make sure that we can preserve this for a good long time. My only question to you would be, and I think you kind of roundabout answered it, I think is what I heard, around you'd give us a projected finished product on maybe a sheet of paper so that we could see. I know my conversation with the mayor is, I love that picture, right? Like, again,
yeah,
the
exactly.
minus the things that it's AI'd, right? But if
Yeah.
we got something that was just that color palette with our Carlisle, didn't even think about the seagulls until we talked about it tonight. And so I would agree with those comments. I think I had originally seen some work that looked much more impressionism. And so I think people would love that. And so maybe a little less on that impressionism side of things when it comes to, I'm not an artist, so
The
please
dabbing.
don't. Yes, okay, I was gonna say the
Yep.
pinpointing dabbing is the right word. So that would be my only 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I don't have any intentions of doing the dabbing on a piece like this.
Okay.
Like I said, I think the thing that started the conversation was the initial wow factor that has, and I don't want to lose any of that. My personal style has a very different purpose to it, which is to, again, in a very crowded marketplace in the world via Instagram and art shows, art fairs, is to make sure my style, this is an Adam Smith piece, but is this in my wheelhouse? Absolutely. It's just a matter of making less stabs and more smooth strokes.
And I say all that, I don't expect it to be photorealism per se, but just
Right.
more like what we see.
Absolutely. That
Perfect.
part's, it's just it's a very simple adjustment.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
Councilmember
problem.
Peter?
I'll just double down on what John had to say. When we talked about this last week, I think everybody liked that and
Yep.
would love to see something as close to that as possible.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just wanted to provide one last comment. You talked about maybe reorienting this a little bit so that you can see the shipyard, but I would want you to maybe also consider, I would ask you to consider keeping the Olympic Mountains in maybe the left side of the
yeah.
landscape as well, so that you've got, maybe the boat breaks up the shipyard from the mountains, as an example.
Good comment. I like that, Scott. Yeah.
Councilmember Fenton, you have another comment?
Yeah, I saw a print of yours that had both of the walk-on ferries, and
Yeah.
that was a really cool one.
Oh, thank
Yeah,
you.
because you saw both of them right there.
Yeah, that was a commission from a Navy family that spent time here and then PCS to another location. And every time they go to a new location, they decide, let's get a local artist to do something that was meaningful to our time there. And for that person who rode the Admiral Pete every single day back and forth to work, that was how that one was selected.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Good.
Councilmember Trenary?
Yeah, Adam, thanks for coming. I just have a couple questions about length of service and the
Sure.
UV coverage that you put on it, the protection coat.
Yep.
Is that something that would have to be reapplied, on an annual basis, biannually? And does that help provide some UV protection for the paint colors themselves, so we don't get natural fading?
I think that's a great question. So I think each product is probably going to have specs that discuss that. It's definitely not an annual thing. Typically, these things last quite a while as is. If you drive into pretty much any city across the United States, you're going to see lots of murals. And I know that for a fact that those mural artists are not re-clear coating that thing every single week. So I think that it does last quite a long time. As a guesstimate, it might be as much as a decade, but I can get very specific with that once I know which product we would use.
Thanks. And I echo the Olympic Mountains in the background a little bit more.
They're gorgeous. Yeah, yeah,
And
Bring it home.
Is a barometer. I mean,
absolutely.
every 15, 20 years. I mean, I'll be bringing a contract forward for the artist to come and touch up the mural on the library. I think it's been 15 years since
Yeah.
it was last done. And I think from the original painting to when we touched it up the first time was much longer than that. And maybe we shouldn't have gone as long
no.
because if you touch it up more frequently, then it probably doesn't have to be done as much done to it. So,
Probably. Yeah.
but are we comfortable with me negotiating bringing back a contract
Oh, yeah.
in a couple of weeks? Maybe potentially at our next meeting, depends on how fast our attorney can get something like this done. But we're working on a contract right now with for the other artist also. So I guess Councilmember Dedman.
I think I'm the only person that likes your impressionism.
No, I do too.
Thank you, Chair.
I like impressions quite a bit.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, Adam.
Yeah,
And
no
we look
problem.
forward
Thank
to
you very
working with
much.
you.
thank
Yeah, you
you.
guys know how to reach me. I'll be available. I'm gonna go cook dinner now, so I'll see you guys.
Okay.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
All right.
Excuse
we're
me,
gonna-
Adam, does Adam have a card or do you have a card or anything or just online? Okay,
Oh, we know how to get a hold of you.
We know where to find it.
there you go.
We know where to find it.
Go and buy some dog treats.
Yep.
His info's on.
What's
the
his phone number on here?
too.
It's on the.
It's
I
on-
got it. Yeah, I got
on the
it.
presentation.
Yep. I saw
Yeah,
it.
it's on here.
All right, we don't have a public hearing this evening, but we do have 3 business items. The first of which is an adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Geosyntic Consultants for Environmental Services. Mr. Ryan, this is you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. Just doing a sound check. I have a new microphone, so can everybody hear me online?
Can you hear Dennis online there, Eric?
Apparently not.
No.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I do. I was
Oh.
muted. I apologize.
Okay, just
Thank
checking, making a sound check there.
All
Thank you.
right, thank you very much. Before you is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a professional service agreement with Geosyntec Consultants Incorporated for environmental monitoring at the former city maintenance shop property at 514 Bay Street, which is just adjacent to this property. This site is a part of the Department of Ecology's voluntary cleanup program to a historical underground storage tank. Geosyntec was selected through the MRC consultant roster process as the most qualified firm. They will continue to perform the annual groundwater sampling analysis and reporting for 9 monitoring wells from 2026 through 2029, coordinating with other consultants and preparing annual reports with recommendations. The agreement is estimated at $63,410 on a time and materials basis and will run through December 31st, 2029. I will note that the levels have been decreasing. We're hoping at the conclusion of this contract, we'll be pretty close to the point where we can stop this monitoring process.
Councilmember Trenary?
Yeah, I move to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Geosyntec Consultants, Inc. for environmental services in the amount not to exceed $63,410 and for the term through December 31, 2029.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Trenary, a second by Councilmember Fenton. Just some additional information with this, I think we alluded to, this used to be our public workshop. There was contamination there. We were responsible for the cleanup. That cleanup happened just this last year, just as a precaution and to make sure that there weren't any additional, because the contamination is diminishing, but not as fast as we would like. So we had a machine come and do ground penetrating radar and to make sure that we didn't miss a tank that was still in the ground. Likely the source of the contamination that we're still getting was what is the property across the street that the fort is cleaning up and the tide is pushing that across the street. But That's kind of, we don't know that for sure. We've got monitoring wells and then you've seen those tanks on the back of the properties there. That's injecting enzymes in there to help eat up that petroleum products that are in the ground there. So it is our responsibility to continue to monitor it and actively get this to what's called an NFA letter, a no further action letter from the Department of Ecology. And we're getting closer, but we've got to continue to monitor it for a few more years until we get to that point. Any questions?
And it sounds like we have to do that up until 2029. That's our kind of our deadline when we'll know all the results.
That's the end of this contract, and
Mhm.
if the levels go below what the threshold requirement is, we'll be done. But if they still remain as they are today, we'll have to continue.
Mhm.
If they drop down to 2028, we might be able to stop early.
Okay.
Just depends on the contamination level and it's dropping and it's when it gets to that threshold that ecology will approve, then we won't have to monitor it anymore.
Question on the marina on
Mhm.
their side. Are they doing what we're doing?
They've dug up the contamination. I don't know. I don't believe they're putting enzymes in the ground like we are. They've got their own
Ecology?
but they've got a brownfields grant, which is a federal grant, and they did a lot of excavation and removing the soils. I'm not the
Yeah.
cleanup here predates my time, so I don't know what steps we took. I know we removed tanks, and I know that there was the gas or the convenience store that was there. That was an old gas station, and one of the contaminants they found when they took the convenience store out, the hydraulic cylinder for the lift was still in the ground and all of the contaminants were in there. So, the Velist family who owns that parcel, has helped clean up their parcel and probably our parcel too, by, removing an additional source that was identified there.
Yeah, I kind of read that.
So,
Okay, thanks.
other questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Morrissey.
Yeah, I see our contracts for 63 some odd $1,000. It says it's about $16,000 a year. How much are we going to need to expend this year?
It's timing materials. If we get a hot hit, we'll have to do additional testing. It's very difficult to project.
Okay. So do we have enough budgeted? Is that something we need to add to a future?
I believe it should be budgeted because this is something we've been doing for many years.
Yeah, this is ongoing, so it should be the same budget as we had for last year.
Yes, there is funding for this activity. It may not be enough. We won't know until the activity occurs, and then whether a budget amendment will be necessary. We'll sort that out towards the end of the fiscal year.
Okay.
As a cleanup item if necessary.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Diener?
No, he asked a question and I think you addressed my earlier questions about what it looked like in the past, so I'm good.
We're moving in the right direction.
Yep.
That's what we know. All right, any further questions or comments? All right, you'll be voting on a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a professional service agreement for environmental services. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the resolution passes. We're on to item B, adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a contract with SCJ Alliance for on-call engineering staffing assistance. Mr. Ryan, this is you again.
Thank you. Mayor explained a few weeks ago with our short staffing within our engineering department. The Public Works Department is experiencing this shortage of the staff critical to I'm gonna start over. The Public Works Department is experiencing a temporary shortage of engineering staff due to the extended absences and vacancies, which have affected the project delivery and the permit review process. To address this gap, we propose entering into an on-call agreement with SCJ Alliance for engineering support. Following the qualifications-based selection process through the MRSC consultant roster, SCJ was identified as the most qualified firm after interviews on January 8th, 2026. The agreement includes a scope of work estimate with a not to exceed amount of $100,000. This agreement will provide flexible engineering assistance to maintain service levels and support ongoing projects until permanent staffing can be restored.
Councilor Diener.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with SCJ Alliance for on-call engineering staffing assistant in an amount not to exceed $100,000.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Diener, second by Councilmember Rose Pepe. Councilmember Diener, you have a comment?
Director Ryan, could you just give us sort of a brief overview of what work you'll expect this position to begin with?
So we have our capital project pipeline is very extensive. We have over, I think it was 40 active projects in our pipeline works. Bay Street is getting ready to potentially launch. That's going to take a ton of staff resources as far as project management. Our plan review, as Director Bond indicated, I think we saw about a 20% increase this year as far as the permit intake that we're taking in. So we're reviewing all those major LDAPs development that's coming through. Every house, every building that comes through Port Orchard, Public Works is involved. The capital projects, we are planning additional, we discussed today, preservation projects that you haven't been made aware of that will be coming pretty soon in front of you. It's just going to be that ongoing project management. We have one staff member is going to go out on paternity leave. We have the 2 vacancies for the engineering position. So we're behind, but we're catching up, but we're expecting that additional employee to be gone any minute.
Oh,
So capital projects down to permits.
Everything in
Yeah.
between. Yep.
All right, thank
And
you.
not to mention the work with our utilities. We stormwater, water and sewer support as far as our engineering services.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Morrissey.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Couple quick questions. So we allocate a total, is it 3 or 4 FTE for engineers? It is 4, and we're currently down to 1. Is that what I'm hearing?
We just got a second one back from medical leave. But so we're at 2, but we were down to 1 for a period of time.
Okay.
and how many do we want?
We're
Normally we
authorized to have 4.
4.
Okay,
So we've already been behind, I'm sure. So I'm sure there's a somewhat backlog. Is this going to be enough authorization? I guess, I guess you can always come back for more. I would tell you, I know the city's been working through getting things down and out timely. And if we need to be cognizant of that and add more to this to get through that backlog of work, I would say bring that back to this body. At least here you have my support. Additionally, $100,000 is not going to cover 2 engineers, I don't believe. So that's why I'm saying that and making sure we get through that backlog of work. And is this the same company that we contract? Because we also and that contract may be owned by Director Bond's group, or am I making this up in my head?
No, this is a different group. This is SCJ. I know Director Bond uses AHBL as one of their review engineering firms. SCJ has done work for the city. They're currently our engineer on the Bethel corridor. We had a lot of great engineer firms that were interested in working with Port Orchard. They did some extensive engineering interviews, and they did come up with SCJ. I appreciate the comments that you just made. We don't give enough compliments to HR. They have the recruitment's already started for these engineering positions. We've reviewed the process, and we're scheduling the interview. So I am hopeful and not wanting to come back to ask for more.
We are
I hope not.
fully recruited.
But please keep us apprised on your backlog and the progress we're making on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so this is the stopgap because we're actively recruiting on the permanent positions. So
Yeah.
Councilmember Dedman, I think you had your hand raised. Did you not?
I did. I'm just kind of curious as to what other clients they had in the roster. And you said they worked with the city specifically. Do you know any other?
Any other like cities that use SCGA?
Yeah,
Group?
yeah, or just big employers. I'm just kind of curious to know who
They-
you're used to staffing up, like what they're.
SCJ is a very large engineering firm. They have offices in Gig Harbor and Olympia. They do work for the cities of Gig Harbor and Pierce County that I'm aware of. When a firm registers with the MRC Small Works roster, they have a statement of qualifications that they record with the roster. We review those statement of qualifications. That includes their referrals, their references. It's a very large body of work. So that's all evaluated, and they have successfully completed projects for Port Orchard in the past.
Councilmember Rose Pepe.
Yeah, Dennis, I just wanted to echo John's comments. You know, when you look at the amount of $100,000, you're probably looking at their hourly rate somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 to 700 hours, which can go very fast. So I would echo this thing. Please bring it back sooner than later if needed to keep these projects on their schedule. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you for that support. Okay,
Can I just ask a clerical, we don't have to take any motion for you guys to reallocate those dollars that are coming essentially from the FTE that we're not paying, right? We don't need any resolution.
Yeah, we have those budgeted dollars, so we shouldn't need a budget amendment unless we exceed these.
The dollar amount.
And
Okay.
then, and then we'll be talking.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any further questions? No. You'll be voting on the adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a contract with SCJ Alliance for on-call engineering staffing assistance. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the resolution passes. We're to our final business item, adoption of a resolution adopting AWC RMSA member standards. Ms. Wallace, this is you.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council. Let me get my slideshow up here for the staff report. So as many of you are aware, the city has been a AWC RMSA member for over 30 years. In 2013, RMSA implemented member standards for its members to help reduce property and liability losses. The standards are based on historical driven claims in hopes of gaining compliance to either eliminate or greatly reduce exposure to its members. Over the years, the standards have been advisory in which the city council met or was working towards those compliances. This year, update to the standard is to now be required by council adoption, and they went from advisory to required. The following are some new required standards, which is leadership is now required to review and ensure full compliance and understanding of all those standards. And just as a reminder, the complete booklet was attached to the staff report and prepared for you prior to this evening as part of the packet. The other new required standard was vendor audits, cybersecurity regarding IT support, driving policy, repeat claims by the same driver. Staff has reviewed the standards and are either already in compliance or working toward meeting them. Staff recommends adoption of the resolution adopting AWC RMSA member standards as presented.
Councilmember Morrissey.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt a resolution adopting the Risk Management Service Agency, RMSA, member standards as presented.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Morrissey and a second by Councilmember Rosa Pepe. And I've touched on this a couple times in my mayor's report that this was coming, that these standards were in place. They were shoulds. Now they're becoming shalls because many cities weren't complying. I know we're mostly compliant. There's a couple of areas like our disaster training which is planned for later this year. And pulling driver's abstracts, we already do that when somebody first starts, but we need to do this periodically now. And something that our Debbie London be aware of is that we need to bargain that because so we'll have to talk to our unions about that. So in this interim period, if somebody got in an accident, we could be subjected to a small deductible, I think it's $2,500 if we haven't pulled an abstract in the last 3 years. So it's just not something we get to do. We'll have to bargain that and get permission to do that on our public works, in particular our represented employees. So, so we're working through that, and this is all was a lot of new information for staff to digest and make sure that we're compliant in all areas. So.
Yeah.
Councilmember?
Yeah, so this risk management service agency, for one, is it going to cost us more since it's mandatory that we do this and it's all no?
It's not going to cost us more. So
Okay.
we are part of an insurance pool.
Mm-hmm.
How many members? So this is an effort to keep the cost of our insurance down because some agencies, I happen to sit on the board for our insurance pool, aren't, don't have good fiscal policies and controls. And the pool is continually paying claims and behaviors aren't changing in those cities. 90% or 99% of the stuff that we're already compliant with this, that we're one of the shining stars in the pool. There's a few things that we need to address to make sure that we're 100% compliant with, but there were just some of the small cities in particular out there weren't you were supposed to be doing things, they were shoulds, and now they're becoming shalls, and it's to protect all of us from claims if being continually filed a result of bad behavior and not correcting that behavior.
No, I do kind of recall for you saying how we're the shining star because we do, we apply by everything. And so this is all basically just going for all employees.
Well, some of it relates to employees and monitoring like driver's records and things of that matter. But we're one of, I don't know, there's probably near.
We're going to call you out on that, Mayor. You should know how many are in that pool.
I don't know off the top of my head. There's 281 cities in the state, and not all of them are members of the pool.
113 agencies.
I was
93 of them are city.
I wasn't too far off. And we are the largest city in the pool. Gig Harbor is the second largest.
Oh.
So, all right. Any different member?
Yeah, no, I did a cursory look. I didn't go super deep into some of the stuff in the packet, but it all seemed like things that make sense for the city to be doing, including like taking care of the same people that continue to get in car accidents. Maybe they shouldn't have driving privileges. So it at least made common sense to me by and large. Was there anything from anyone in staff that just kind of was a head scratcher or something that maybe we didn't want to do? I know we're going to do it. I'm just curious if there was something that we didn't particularly care for.
It's Brandy's our risk manager. I sit on the board. Well, we talked about it here. Not everybody that works at City Hall is at this meeting. And so Debbie Lund was a bit surprised. She goes, "What do you mean? I just finished these union negotiations, but we didn't know." And I didn't know till December. And so she was well into those. So if anything, Brandy and I could have done a little better job, Debbie at Lund in particular, communicating some of these needs. It's not that we're not going to, some of it is around having cyber policies that everybody should have and protecting your data and your network. There's cities out there that don't have those things, and that's scary.
Those are constantly changing as well.
Yeah. Councilor Diener?
Thank you for this. I thought this was very interesting reading. It's to me, it was a little interesting, Heidi. I think of this as performance-based insurance. But like for the land use, that if you want to do a moratorium, you've got to consult with them first. If you want to roll it over, you got to consult with them.
Yeah.
That means there must have been some big actions in the past, but stuff like that, I found it was interesting how deep into the weeds they got with some of the practices the city's engaged in. So, but it sounds like it's a good thing.
If we terminate somebody and don't consult with them first, we don't have coverage. We've got to, it's not that we can't terminate somebody, but they want to make sure that we've complied with all of the, employment law before we just arbitrary. And we've got a very good HR department. Like I say, we're the largest member in the pool. Some people don't have, most cities don't have in our pool, don't have, as many directors or as skilled directors the skill level sets that we have. So we're fortunate.
One follow-up question is, so when do we get a report card on how we're doing with all of these initiatives or policies?
Go ahead, Brandy.
So typically every year we have an assessment done, and they will go through and inspect our property. So they'll look at our standards and see if we met those, as well as other safety issues that may arise from future claims. They do that annually. sometimes every 2 to 3 years, just depends on their workload.
They'll come look at our buildings
Yeah.
and make recommendations about, might see a handrail that needs, sometimes we can't see the forest through the trees.
Sure.
It's here every day, and to have somebody from our insurance pool come and walk our buildings with us, and every few years too, they take a look at, we give them values. Are those values correct? Because our pool is going to pay to replace those, and they need to be insured at proper values. So.
Sure. So is that audit, is that is that conducted entirely on site, or is there part of?
Yes.
Okay.
So March or April, I have to submit a report from all the departments collecting information that they want that is based on our membership, our premium. So they look and ask specific IT questions, cybersecurity. They look at the fraudulent and finance department to make sure that we're managing our cash and credit cards, how we managing that, to sidewalks improvements. So it's
pretty extensive.
It's pretty extensive. And then, so they'll take that based on our previous history. And then usually late summer, they'll give us a report. And then if they want to stop by and do an inspection, I coordinate with the departments to give them an on-site inspection. They typically don't do on-site for 3 to 5 years, just because we're not inquiring a bunch of structures that quickly. But as far as an annual assessment written, we'll get one.
Yeah. It's purposeful that the name of this is Risk Management Service Agency. They're very hands-on. We only insure cities and special purpose districts. I feel we're in the right place. Our pool, the base rate went up 4% this year, and Charlie was sharing with me, I double digit. Some of the other pools out there, their rates were up double digits, and that's just based on claims experience and what you need to carry in reserves. And then from there, so the base is 4%. You can go based on your experience factor and your claims and whether you're doing the right things. You can go up or down from there. In the last couple of years, our experience factor is actually we've been below the base rate increase because of our claims management and our practices here at the City of Orchard. So,
one last question, then I'll be quiet. Why aren't there larger cities?
This pool is really designed for smaller cities.
And we're
and the larger city has more claims.
And there's
and more things to manage.
Yeah, there's two other groups out there essentially. So there's larger cities are self-insured, right? So Seattle is self-insured, King County is self-insured, Tacoma. And then the other larger cities have formed the Washington Cities Insurance Agency, WCIA. So that's the other big risk pool in the state. And then there's the Water Sewer District risk pool. There's, a variety of different risk pools out there. But the larger ones, particularly as it relates to police enforcement and SWAT coordination, they all are consolidated in WCIA.
Okay, one last question, then I'll be really quiet. When do we trip that threshold of going into a larger pool?
Thank you.
There's no size requirement as it relates to the pool. You pick the pool that gives you the benefits that you want. And arguably the smaller pool has the ability to give you more customer service attention than a larger pool. I think that's one of the reasons that I've heard quoted here. So
maybe the better question to ask, Ms. Archer, is where is that break even where it makes better sense for us to be in that pool versus where we're at, just for planning purposes. While we are the largest, we're also one of the fastest growing cities in the entire state. So that's.
And it's definitely not a legal question. I mean, when I'm asked to provide input on insurance procurement, we'll absolutely provide that from our own claims experience, but cities move back and forth all the time. So City of Medina, one of our clients, just moved from WCA to RMSA. Another city I had that's about 10,000 went from RMSA to WCIA 3-4 years ago. So cities move back and forth, or they go to Honduras. They have a variety of options out there. Typically you review that on a, every 10-year cycle or so. If you like, there's no requirement that you do that.
Okay, maybe this is the best way to ask this question. What is the average size of the city that resides in the other pool?
In the other pool?
Yeah.
I can try to find that. I don't know that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
If we were having excess claims and pool could ask us to leave, but because they value us as a good client, and recognize that we're very much appreciated in our pool. And the other, and there could be a time, but right now that other pool is not in the space that we're at. And that's why our rates increases have been, because we're taking steps like this and requiring our members to do certain things, because if we don't control these things, then we're going to need to increase premiums to everyone. And that's what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, no, I don't think that we need to change. I'm just curious for when we should have that on my radar to be thinking about those said things. I also know that, in most of these types of things, especially the big fish in the pond helps carry the load for a lot of the smaller fishes. I don't feel that today, but doesn't mean that can't change in the future. So,
and fortunately, I have a front row seat since I've been asked to serve on the board, and I was just reelected to the board. So, Councilmember Dedman.
Has there ever been any negotiation since there are competing pools to see like for better rates or anything like that?
We could get a rate quote from another agency. It's a multi-year process to leave one pool and to go to the other pool, but there is no it isn't a negotiation process. There's a cost to the service, and the only variable that we can control is our claims and our claims experience and in managing our the city the best that we can. If like I said, this past year I believe it was 4% rate increase. If we had poor claims performance, there's a multiplier that goes on to that. So there was agencies that are cities and special purpose districts that saw much more than 4% because they were adversely affecting the pool. We're not.
So sorry, I just wanted to clarify what I was asking. Do we at any point ever look at these two pools and look at the rate difference and say, from a purely monetary, I was gonna say fiscal point of view, which pool we want to be in? Do we ever do that?
We haven't recently, and because I've been sitting on the board, I am knowledgeable of what the rate increases have been on the other pool, and right now we would not be better off being in that other pool because they're not as healthy as our pool is, and that's why they're having to charge more in premium because they've had bad claim experience, and then they have to have certain minimum requirements in their reserves.
Thank you for explaining.
Okay. All right. Any further questions?
Nope.
That was the most conversation we had in the items. So all right, you'll be voting on adopting the member standards for our insurance pool, RMSA. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, resolution passes. So we are to our discussion item. Ms. Archer is going to give us a riveting presentation on government training.
I know, I like that. Thank you. Well, it is riveting to me. It's one of my favorite topics, as many of you know. So Appreciate your time. I will try to keep this to 30 minutes, so I'll get you out of here by 8, I promise. Questions depending, and we may go faster. But this government training, or this open government training, covers both the OPMA and the PRA. And I have a slide. The slide deck will be circulated to everyone, so you have it as a resource. But we always identify ourselves for the purpose of this training. As you know, I'm your city attorney, and you have our entire law firm as your resource for legal guidance. We offer these sorts of trainings for risk mitigation and simply to educate, but I'm also always available for conversations about open public meetings and public records. We, as you know, track legislation. I do know there's 2 great bills still alive related to public records, one of which, or excuse me, one's public records, one's OPMA. The OPMA bill will allow us to waive certain noticing requirements during emergency conditions. And this is likely in response to the flooding events that occurred in the fall, where many of my agencies struggled to notify folks when they were going out to do emergency site visits and those sorts of things. This bill would allow us to do site visits, to get briefings without having to notice it as a public meeting when a quorum wants to gather. So anyway, I will move quicker than that. So we'll cover both OPMA and PRA this evening, and please interrupt if there are questions. So just to remind you why we do this, your trainings are required 90 days from taking the oath of office. I know our newest council member has already done the formal training. So
Multiple
this is
times.
Multiple times. Wonderful. This is gilding the lily. This is me offering my perspective as well. And the rest of our council members are required to do refresher trainings every 4 years. I'm sure your insurance would embrace doing it on an annual basis. And Brandy and I have just scheduled it and told the mayor we're going to do it every year. So that's what we do.
There was a lengthy discussion about that at the insurance pool, whether or not we were going to require it.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay. So we're going to start with the Open Public Meetings Act. What constitutes a meeting? A meeting is when a quorum of the gathering body, including any kind of or certain kinds of committees, gathers with the intent to transact business. The key takeaway from the OPMA is if you were to gather as a quorum and the meeting itself not to be noticed, the action taken is itself void. It's invalidated. So that's the risk we run if we don't comply with the OPMA. Our actions are invalidated. There are other risks as well, but that is a key one because we want our work in the interest of taxpayers to be done legally. Meetings, I want to flag, do not require physical presence. Post-COVID, the meetings can occur by telephone, email, text, or other electronic media. But as you all know, we still have to have a physical location for the public to gather. So even if all of you, I work with agencies where the entire board is remote, but myself and the clerk are in a room with no members of the public ever come, but we're there because that is a requirement.
Mhm.
So what types of meetings are out there and are subject to the OPMA? You all know this is a refresher. We have regular meetings. We set these by resolution at the beginning or the end of the preceding year. Your workshops are considered regular meetings. So you could take action at your workshops because those are regular meetings. And these meetings, these Tuesday night meetings are regular meetings. Special meetings is any meeting other than a regular meeting. So when you have not established by legislation the date and time and location of that regular meeting. Special meetings have certain rules. Notice must be done in a very specific way, and 24 hours notice is the absolute minimum you can provide. The key for special meetings, we cannot take any action, any final action that is not listed on the agenda. And there was just a case, 2 cases involving this topic last year. One where the agency was too descriptive in their special meeting notice and said the action will be a vote to select 5 candidates for this position. What they ended up doing was only voting for 1 person. And the court said that was invalid notice because your notice said you were going to vote for 5. The other said, we'll do what we want, essentially. We're going to do agency business. And the court said, no, that was too vague. You have to be more descriptive than that. So Brandy does a great job making sure our notices are kind of in that middle special meeting standard. Emergency meetings are rare. Those are to deal with emergencies, and there are less regulations. And if the OPMA legislation this cycle passes, there'll be even less, and that will assist us in addressing emergency conditions. Executive sessions are a subset of regular and special meetings. We all know, and we'll talk about those a bit more in a moment. But those are the only times when we are allowed to exclude the public from our discussion. And I use the word discussion vehemently. We cannot take any action, any final action in those discussions. So executive sessions are limited to discussion. A closed session, I believe we recently had one of these related to bargaining. Statutorily, there are 4 specific reasons you can hold a closed session. We typically treat them like executive sessions, but they are specifically identified in the OPMA as meetings that are not subject to the OPMA. So unlike an executive session, which is still a meeting subject to the OPMA, they're separate from the OPMA. So some key reminders I like to highlight in this training. All meetings of our agency must be open to the public without any conditions for attendance. So I often get the question, can we require folks to sign in, give us their names and addresses because we want to communicate with them? Absolutely not. We cannot require they identify themselves, where they're from. We can't limit public commenters to folks who live in the area. We cannot place any conditions on attendance, and that's by statute. No meeting will take place. The OPMA is not triggered if you lack a quorum. So anytime there's only 3 of you discussing, with the exception of specific committee meetings, there is a lack of quorum and the OPMA is not triggered. As I mentioned, regular special meetings have differing rules. 24 hours is the requirement of notice, the minimum amount of requirement, minimum amount of notice we're required to give for both. Executive sessions, as you know, must be specially noticed. So the mayor has a very specific script that he must say. We must announce the statute that applies, that is the topic, and we must limit the conversation to that specific topic. So you've all experienced me saying we need to get back on track. That is my role in those executive sessions. Voting by secret ballot is prohibited. We're not allowed to vote. All votes must be taken on final action items out loud. Meeting agendas must be available online, and we must maintain minutes except for executive sessions. Those are specifically excluded from the requirement that you take minutes. Minutes too, the recommendation under, or the recommendation Jurassic Parliament makes is action minutes. So you'll notice our minutes don't say, council member said this, council member said that. Our minutes focus on action. So speaking of which, what constitutes action? Because again, to remember, the OPMA applies when the council, when the quorum gathers for the purpose of taking action, for the purpose of doing the public's business. This term is used to describe discussions, to describe briefings, to deliberations. Anytime you're gathering to do the people's work, it is considered action. Final action, which is a distinct term used throughout the statute, is a very different thing. And that's when you collectively take action, take a vote to do something. And as I mentioned, final action shall only occur in an open meeting. It cannot occur in executive session. There was a case on this last year where a council gathered in executive session to discuss selection of a potential candidate. You can only, under the executive session rule, discuss qualifications. They came out, the mayor announced, we made a decision, we're voting for this person. Clearly, they had made a decision in executive session and the court admonished them for that. You cannot make a decision in executive session. So who has to comply? Again, the governing body has to apply. That can sometimes include sub-agencies or commissions. The Planning Commission does adhere to the OPMA and notice all of their meetings. Your Civil Service Commission similarly does, although they sometimes sit in a quasi-judicial posture, which we'll talk about in a moment. But the agency, its sub-agencies, and then certain committees. And here's the key, when committees are delegated official responsibility by the body to take final action. And I do not believe any of our committees have been given that delegated authority. Larger agencies sometimes do that. They'll actually take a body of work that is the council's purview and say, committee, you are now in charge of deciding this issue for us. And at that time, then that committee is subject to the OPMA. But most agencies notice their committee meetings as public meetings anyway, because it's in the interest of transparency. Agendas posted 24 hours. One of the things I always like to highlight is for regular meetings, and so this would include your Tuesday night meetings and your work study workshops. You can do what you need with the agenda during the meeting. You could add items, you could remove items, you could move items around. For special meetings, again, the ones that are noticed specific for a topic, you cannot add items to the agenda. The sole exception to that is if you have noticed your agenda to say, we are going to discuss and take action related to a personnel matter, for example, you could add an executive session during the meeting if you needed to do so. So other than adding executive sessions, we are not allowed to add any final action items to special meetings, whereas with regular meetings, we can do what we want. Executive sessions, as I mentioned, there's limited topics. These are a few of the ones that come up most commonly. Real estate. One of the things to highlight is case law on this is very clear. The statute related to when we offer property for sale as opposed to when we choose to buy it. When we go in to discuss offering property, we are only allowed to discuss price associated with that property. We cannot discuss in executive session any other aspect of the sale because the price is the confidential information that we're protecting because we want to make sure that that is we keep market competition in place. Appointment of elected officials, that's another topic. And this is one we highlight because, again, when we go into executive session, we can only discuss qualifications of the candidates. We cannot say things like, I prefer this person or I will be voting for that person because we cannot vote or take final action in executive session. We only discuss qualifications. Litigation is one I'd like to highlight. There was a case last year that reminded us all of the import on the litigation statute, and this is subpart 1, subpart I of the statute. Legal risks of a proposed action is commonly what we refer to when we enter executive sessions to talk about litigation legal risks. A lawyer must be present for those conversations, and an agency was dinged last year for failing to note in their minutes that a lawyer was present, and there was no other way to verify that a lawyer had been present. So that's just an aspect of that one I like to highlight. And then there's a lengthy list at 423110 of the other reasons, but the courts continue to shrink those reasons. And so we are very careful to make sure that we fit within those parameters. As I mentioned, the mayor has a script that he has to read in advance. Sometimes he kicks it to me and I also read that script. So what types of meetings are not under the OPMA? We've got quasi-judicial proceedings. We actually have one of these coming up I believe, at our next meeting. A quasi-judicial proceeding is where we are sitting as judges rather than as legislators, and the appearance of fairness doctrine applies to you when you're wearing your judge hat. That means we have to refrain from ex parte communications. That means we are evaluating the case based on what's being presented to us in the moment. And because quasi-judicial proceedings are outside the OPMA, we are allowed to go into what appears for all intents and purposes to be an executive session for you to have your deliberations. You can do that in private because a judge would be doing that in their chambers in private. You're allowed that same privilege. Collective bargaining discussions are also one of the exemptions that are one of the exceptions to the OPMA that I highlight. You can meet with your staff to discuss collective bargaining strategy in a closed session away from the public because that is in your best interest from a negotiating position. Public comment at public meetings, I just want to flag, because this is a question I get quite frequently. Until 2022, there was absolutely no legal requirement that any agency had public comment during their meetings. Your meetings are your business meetings, and there's no law that said you shall have public comment, with very limited exceptions for specific public hearings on budget, on certain forms of legislation, franchises. Everything else, no public comment was required. Most agencies offered it because they wanted to engage with their constituents. But in 2022, the legislature said, now agencies, you are required to have one opportunity for public comment or for a method for the public to reach you at any meeting where you're going to take final action. So what that means is you could offer the public the opportunity to submit written comments in advance. That could be all you do, and that would be in compliance. You could offer one public comment period at the beginning of your meeting. That would be in compliance. You could offer one opportunity at the end of your meeting after you've done all your business. That can be compliant. You can limit the length of time of any public comment period, however you see fit. It must be reasonable. City of Bellevue, for example, 30 minutes is all they give. If there's more commenters than 30 minutes allows, I'm sorry, come back to the next meeting. You can require comments relate to a specific item on the agenda. You can make sure that there's a nexus between what's being said and the action item on the agenda. You only need to take public comment at regular meetings where final action will be taken. So at special meetings, you are not required to take public comment. And there are exceptions for public hearings, as I mentioned. So these rules are the baseline of what's required by law, and this agency obviously goes above and beyond that to make sure that you are transparent and hearing from your public during your business meetings. You have 2 public comment periods. Meetings, outside meetings, just to highlight this, we want to always be aware, this is the concept of serial meetings. Be aware of public meetings that may occur unintentionally. So when a quorum of you is gathered, there is the potential risk associated with an OPMA violation, even if with the best intentions. So we want to always be careful to avoid attending events, social events in groups of more than 2, more than 3. And if you know there is the seagull calling event, or there's another event where more of you are likely to attend, we let Brandy know so that we can make sure and notice that as a quorum, not necessarily as a public meeting, but as a quorum. So we've crossed our T's and dotted our I's. Yeah.
So my casual understanding of RCW is that we're not, there are certain events that the council may gather at, say, a Christmas party, that you don't have to notice for.
Yeah.
But I think we take the extraordinary step of noticing for everything.
Well, extraordinary, I wouldn't characterize it as extraordinary. I would say, I mean, you can Google special meeting notices out there and see how many councils, when they're traveling to a conference, they're noticing it as a quorum. When they're going to a social event, they're noticing it as a quorum. It gives you that protection. Compliance with the OPMA is a good faith effort. So arguably, if there is no evidence that the 4 of you at a social event were discussing city business, the risk is likely minimal. But we do notice it as a precaution, and we ask for that advance notice so that we can make sure to prevent that if it occurs.
Yeah. Just along those lines, I thought so too. I thought maybe it was Jennifer, your colleague said, like at a perfect example is Christmas party. Maybe you don't know if you're going to go or not, but you decide to go,
right?
But you're not talking business. You're just at a social event,
right?
And so you might have 4 or 5 people, throughout the city or whatever. But so that's okay. But we always do say, yeah, I'm going to go.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just don't know. Yeah, I'm in town. I'm going to go down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's a great comment. I think if you attend, the baseline guidance from us is don't discuss city business, right? If it's a group. We just take that additional step to ask you, if you know in advance, please let Brandy know. But if you all end up at an event together unintentionally, that is what it is, as long as you've taken that risk precaution not to discuss city business.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And when in doubt, always, I'm here to help.
So I mean, it's better safe than sorry on that. And just for clarification, the mayor is not part of the requirement of the noticing because he is merely the facilitator of our meetings.
Correct.
So it's just the city council that is of concern.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. So serial conversations between smaller groups, as I mentioned, have been found to be meetings, and that's why we do that additional noticing to just sort of be as transparent as possible. Always want to flag that serial meetings can occur via various fora. So a serial meeting is where there's not 4 of you gathered, but as a result of multiple conversations in a sequence, a quorum has been created. One example would be if Councilmember A texts B, who then calls C, who then faxes D. Those are all different methods of communication, but collectively, if the discussion was focused on the same topic, you have the risk associated with a serial meeting. There was a recent case that was helpful for us on this, where essentially the implication by the fact that there is evidence through metadata of 4 conversations occurring, that's not significant enough to overcome summary judgment on a potential claim. There has to be knowledgeable interactions documented in some way. So, we don't want to we want to be above reproach and make sure we're not having those serial meetings. But know that if you're calling one and then you're calling another on a completely different topic, that is a nuance to this that does not imply a violation. But if it's on the same topic and it's a topic pending before council, for example, we don't want to have any serial communications. The leading case on this involved, I believe, the city of Seattle, where a staff member, a personal staffer for one of the council members, called all the different council members and wrote it down on a piece of paper. Took a little tally. And so they knew what was going to happen. And it was on a tax that was really controversial in the city. So the city was dinged for that. All right, so what's the risk of violations? As I mentioned, liability for the city and potential invalidation of our actions is the key takeaway. You can also have personal liability. So individuals violating the law can have civil penalties, $500 for first violations and $1,000 for subsequent violations. Additionally, even completely invalid OPMA lawsuits are still lawsuits. They still have consequence for the agency. So this is why we take those additional steps to be above reproach. Lawsuits, even, blatantly false allegations of OPMA violations can undermine public trust and confidence in the agency.
And I think that compels me and my thoughts a little bit more on that. So I appreciate that. Just avoiding the possibility of
Yeah.
this.
And one of the agencies our firm works with, they've had one like that and it's gone on for 2 years. So, they not only do you lose that public trust, but it takes staff resources and time. So Public Records Act basics, we're going to switch gears to the Public Records Act. Very, very short. I have 9 more minutes.
Can I extend your time by asking just a quick few questions before we move on to
Yep.
PRA? One, what is the expectation of the law when it comes to a quorum? I think, for instance, we're going to be meeting with our legislators next week down in Olympia in a private meeting with council. We're just letting people know that we're meeting in a place, but they're not open to attend.
Correct. So that's a nuance, but you're allowed to do things like that insofar as you're noticing it as a quorum and it is noticed as a private event outside of the city limits. There's some large agencies in the city or in the state that will remain nameless where they always do their retreats in California because for that reason, they're noticing it as a public meeting. And if anyone were to want to fly there, then they can, but they don't. So.
Okay. And then the idiosyncrasies between closed session and executive session, and this is just purely from my basic knowledge. Executive session obviously is attorney-client privilege type stuff. Does that same apply in a closed session?
Yes, so the attorney-client privilege applies whenever a lawyer is present.
Okay.
Some of the executive session topics do not require a lawyer, but you have that confidentiality statute that overarches it. But closed session topics, both of them that you typically do, quasi-judicial and bargaining. I mean, I'll occasionally attend bargaining ones for my clients, but sometimes I don't. So the attorney-client privilege would not apply if I wasn't there, but that confidentiality rule still would.
Okay. And then I think my last question, you said something around not being able to limit folks to, they have to identify themselves or like, we can require somebody who wishes, well, we can't stop them from attending our meeting. If they do wish to speak to us, we can ask them to identify themselves.
We can ask them, we can't require it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And one other nuance I forgot to mention is I have many agencies who have stopped allowing online commenting because of Zoom bombing.
Zoom bomb.
Yeah. And so you don't have to, if you allow public comment in chambers, you don't have to allow it online as well. You can limit it in that way.
Okay, I give you 3 minutes back.
Okay, thanks. I'll be quick. Public records is easier. There's just a couple of things I want to highlight. So we all understand that a public record can be anything, any writing. It's not just an email. It can be your handwritten notes. It can be a text. It can be WhatsApp messages. It can be your Google search history. It can be the prompt you put into AI. So the universe of what is a record continues to expand. If you have questions about that, always feel free to reach out. Okay, we talked about those already.
Charlie, just a quick question.
Yeah.
That includes draft materials as well?
So draft materials themselves are public records, but by and large, drafts are what we refer to as transitory in the sense, transitory is the wrong word. They are subject to a retention of keep as long as necessary for the agency's business. So my recommendation is get rid of drafts as quickly as you no longer need them. They don't have a preservation value. Drafts also have an exemption that applies for certain types of drafts up until the legislative body takes action, and then the draft is no longer exempt. But if you've deleted it because it's no longer necessary for the agency's business, you've moved on to the next draft, then we don't have to even deal with exemptions. But yeah, drafts are public records.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So that leads directly into the electronic records concept. This is the one I always want to highlight for my boards because this is one that you will grapple with the most. Electronic public records that you may be asked to retrieve from your own personal devices or from your account and provide to Brandy would include your text messages, online communications, Facebook, Instagram posts, tweets, whatever other app you may use, WhatsApp. I think I briefed the WhatsApp case out of Sammamish for the council at last year's meeting, but that's a great one to read because that involved council members who used WhatsApp to communicate. And were required to turn over their phones to identify those records. So you are obligated to retain your electronic records in accordance with the retention schedule. By and large, most electronic records are in that same boat that I just described. You keep until no longer necessary for agency purposes. So you could be deleting your records on a regular basis and utilizing good hygiene by making sure that those records are deleted on a regular basis. But before you do that, please make sure to talk to us, Brandy and I, because we want to make sure that we're all in compliance with the retention schedule, which is set by the state.
I got a question. How long do public records does the city keep? Like,
Yeah.
how many years?
That's a great question. So the state auditor's office has what's referred to as the core retention schedules.
Mhm.
There's one for local governments. There's one for local law enforcement. There's about 30 of them. And they are each about 50 pages. And so each different category of records has a different retention schedule. So litigation files, for example, is it 10 years? 10 years after the case ends, you have to keep that. Certain emails, it's as long as you need it. So you could delete it immediately. So it varies depending on the record itself.
Okay.
And so those core schedules are available on the auditor's office website. We can also send them to you if you'd like. But your records are likely to fit into that keep as until needed bucket. But if you ever have a question about a particular record, reach out to us because it is so nuanced.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So how are requests handled? I want to highlight this for you. Brandy has 5 days to respond to a request, and a request that comes to one of you is considered a viable request. The public records laws do not allow us to dictate to the individual how they submit a request. We can recommend they make it to Brandy or on a form online, but we can't reject a request if it doesn't come through that form. So if you were ever to get an email that appeared to be a public records request, please immediately forward it to Brandy because that 5-day clock is ticking quickly. That is 5 business days, not calendar days, which was one nice give from the legislature. Once Brandy gets that request, she will then evaluate the scope of the search. That scope may include you. It may be a request for all council member text messages. It may be a request for all social media from council members. She will then turn around and ask you to search those things and give her back the records and complete what's referred to as a Nissen affidavit. We call it a Nissen affidavit after the Nissen employee, I think it was in Puyallup, who was asked to turn over their text messages and refused to. And so it led to a court case. And so it was the court case that fundamentally said your text messages, your documents, if they are in furtherance of the city's business, are public records and you need to give them to the city and attest to the fact that you've done a search of your device and these are the records. So Brandy will give you that affidavit. She'll ask you to do the search, fill out the affidavit, and then return it to her. And this is the affidavit used by all agencies in Washington. They're very standardized at this point. So when you are asked to do that search, we want to make sure that we are conducting an adequate search and searching all potential records locations. You cannot by law limit to one area, limit to one device, limit to one drive. So if the request says, I want all records you have related to Pine Street, if you know you have records on your C drive, but you only search your email, that is not a valid request. So you need to search all locations where it is reasonably likely for records are to be found. In addition, we cannot play games with the search parameters. So if a requester misspells a name, if we know who the person is that was intended to be that name, we need to search for that. We can't reject the request because it's not letter perfect. The court has said that. We have to use our reasonableness, our evaluating skills to determine what is meant, and we can clarify with the requester to make sure that we get the request clear. Personal devices, I know I say don't use them, and I say that mostly, but I know there's a lot of nuance to that because a lot of agencies still use them. So instead of saying don't use them, I say to the extent you use them, expect to be asked to search them and expect to be responsible for retaining things that are on them. Many agencies are moving away from personal devices and using city-issued devices that can be backed up by city software. SMARSH, other programs that will automatically back up your devices limits your liability and the agency's liability. So we want to get in the mindset that even if we are using a personal device, we still have that obligation to retain, and then we will be asked to search. So text messages of that Pierce County, it was a Pierce County prosecutor. That is the Nissen case that led to those, to that case, that expectation that you will provide us with an affidavit. So this speaks to that affidavit. Your affidavit needs to be submitted in good faith. So you are signing it, attesting that you did in good faith an adequate search, and you are providing the records that you found. Social media posts, just to highlight, social media posts are considered public records. We have a number of cases in Washington that reiterate this. Arthur West, I believe he's litigated here. He is a prolific public records litigator across the state. His name is attached to many of these cases. Because of his work, we now know social media is public records. It is a public record when it meets a very specific test. The test can be known by the acronym POUR. Was it prepared, owned, used, or retained by the agency? Those are very specific court-defined terms. But for our purposes, if it is something that furthers the agency's interests, that is something that can trigger the retention obligation for a social media post. So a couple of ways we can limit this. Let's skip that one. A couple of ways we can limit this are ensuring that we utilize disclaimers on our social media posts. This is not me speaking on behalf of the city. This is me speaking in my personal capacity. We can ensure that we are merely passively passing on information about the city. We're forwarding posts that are about meeting times, as opposed to engaging in discourse about legislation pending before the body. And one of the other things I like to advocate is embracing official accounts and official devices that are backed up by software, or adopting a policy that requires the council to back up personal devices, or prohibiting the use of personal devices. That is something that many agencies are shifting to. Yeah.
So before we get too further into ending this, one of the things I learned long ago is just by putting confidential on the email subject line does not make it necessarily exempt from PDR searches.
Yeah.
So I think some people may overuse that, thinking that they're safe, but they're in fact not necessary.
Yeah. Confidentiality. I actually did a training last year with Sarah Dort from MRC on privacy under the Public Records Act, because it's a misnomer that there's a privacy exemption, right? There's the concept of privacy, but it itself is not an exemption. So there's no confidentiality privacy expectation. There's only very specific statutory privacy and confidentiality provisions. And, you know, one of the things I always say that people are shocked to hear is if you, Councilmember Dieter, were to email your personal phone number to Councilmember Fenton, your phone number is not exempt. I can't redact it. Even though you don't want anyone to know it necessarily, if it's personal, you've put it in a place I can't redact. Employee phone numbers, official phone numbers are only exempt when they're in personnel related files. But if you throw it around in an email, unfortunately, I've seen this in the past where if you send an email about business and then in the next paragraph, I'm really struggling with this medical condition, I won't be able to redact your comments about your medical condition. I just simply won't, because there's no exemption, there's no relevancy exemption. If they're looking for the business, but they're not looking for the medical, it's my legal opinion that we can't redact that medical information. So combining personal and city in records is a dangerous game.
And Ms. Archer, I might just add to further your comments around any type of social media. I have straight from AWC, RMSA. This is a personal account of John Morrissey, and all opinions expressed here are mine.
Yep.
If that is directly from our lawyers that say to do that. You just never know when you might be doing something. I mostly only post stuff about my kids and dog and things like that, but you'll see that person is, when is this street going to be closed? And you're just trying to be a nice person. You don't want to have that be misconstrued. And so if you have it, I would highly suggest you put that on there, even if you don't think you're talking a city business.
Yeah, absolutely. So because the city currently allows for the use of well, let me say this a different way. The city doesn't allow you to do anything. You self-police, so you decide what policies apply to you. The council currently utilizes personal devices and has not made any indication to me that you plan to change, which is absolutely fine. But because of that, we just need to make sure that you understand those retention obligations, just like the questions were asked. And so I strongly encourage, I've embedded in this PowerPoint, which I'll circulate, some of the retention schedules for common documents that you'll encounter. So your notes that you may take during a council meeting, those are retain until no longer necessary for agency business. You could throw them away as you exit tonight and you've met the retention obligations. This slide has a clip from a handout from the Secretary of State about transitory records with minimal retention. Some are transitory, some are just with minimal retention. These are the ones that we want to have good record hygiene and be just deleting on a regular basis to make Brandy's life easier when she's having to cull through reams and reams of records. This is a practice we want you to get in the habit of doing. The flip side of that is we want to make sure you are retaining the things that you're obligated to retain. The Secretary of State has another great handout on that topic and a number of other handouts that I can circulate. Social media posts, for example, most of them are all retained until no longer needed for agency business. So there is no retention obligation on your social media post, but some of them have a longer period. So if you were to engage in a social media conversation with customer that appeared to be customer feedback, so constituent complaints and your response to it, that has a 3-year retention schedule. So we need to know as council members that we are obligated to retain those social media posts for at least 3 years. And most social media programs, I understand, have a retention feature. So I encourage you after this training, go home in the next week to just check the settings on all of the apps that you utilize. Verify what your deletion setting is on WhatsApp if you use that to communicate city business, on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, whatever it is that you utilize, check those deletion settings. And then we can have a conversation to make sure that we are compliant. The reason I'm hitting this is because this is a hot button issue right now. And I'm seeing council members across the state litigating this exact issue, including, unfortunately, a city in Eastern Washington where the council is currently suing one of the council members because the council member won't turn over their records. Yeah.
Okay, but again, you just mentioned city business. So personal Facebook accounts, much like John said, with his disclaimer, if we're generalizing or giving a personal opinion, that wouldn't meet that threshold, would it?
So again,
it's a little, it's fuzzy.
It is fuzzy. And just to give you an example, when I get a question about social media posts, I will have to go and I will look at the account and I will actually review each post because the analysis depends on the content of each post. So even if you have that personal disclaimer is a great way to make clear for the public that it is not a public comment. It is a personal statement. And in my legal opinion, that's probably going to be dispositive for the court. But even if you have that disclaimer, if you then say, I plan to vote this way on this item, and I know, I'm going to have support on this topic, and I'm looking for your feedback, constituents, so I can share that. And then comments come in with constituent feedback. There's a decent chance that that would meet the prepared, owned, used, or retained test. But it's very post specific.
Okay, so I mean, if you're putting out stuff like, seagull calling contest, or a city meeting or stuff like that, that would be
that would likely not pass the test. Yeah, and the West versus City of Puyallup case actually dealt with that exact issue because she was passively notifying, forwarding notices of public events.
Okay.
That likely does not pass the test, but it depends. Is there additional commenting? Are you getting constituent feedback? So it is very post specific.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. A couple of hygiene points I want to go over. Segregate your emails and your communications. If you utilize a personal device, that makes your searching obligation easier. And, I work with agencies of all sizes. Some agencies of the smaller size still use Gmail accounts for all their electeds. And so they actually have to segregate within their own personal Gmail account. We are not at that level. You have separate email accounts, but let's make sure we segregate so that searching is easier, and ensure that any physical documents you get are or electronic documents are isolated on your devices. I believe all council members were issued laptops. So if you use just the laptop or the device for city document business, then we won't have to worry about searching your personal device. That's a great way to segregate. We're going to comply with those retention time periods, and if we have questions, we're going to reach out to Brandy or myself, and we're going to be prepared to produce public records if Brandy reaches out. We do have that 5-day turnaround requirement, and then we have to continue to fulfill the request in a reasonable, relatively quick time frame. So if you get a request for you to search and produce records from Brandy, please try to respond within a week with your affidavit, if at all possible, because she's got a time crunch as well. The model rules for public records are still potentially going to be changed in the next year. It's in the process with the Attorney General's office, and that is going to potentially inject this expeditious approach language, which we'll have to grapple with in the courts. But expediency is inherent in the Public Records Act. So please respond as quickly as you can. Consequences for the violations similar to the OPMA, potential personal liability and costly litigation and liability for the city, and that significant loss of trust, even when a claim is entirely meritless. The Public Records Act has more significant fees than the OPMA. The fees are set based on the improperly withheld or lack of production document per day, per page, per document. So these fees can be really significant. We saw a recent decision in City of Tacoma. It wasn't that many documents, but the fee was up to $2.5 million. So, all right, thank you. Yeah, question.
So I know that this is something that the legislature wrestles with every year. What's new on the horizon now?
Yeah, so the new bill that I saw recently would be another exemption, which would be kind of helpful for demographic information solicited through survey tools that agencies utilize. So currently, if you solicit information and it's not anonymous, if it's attached to a name, we are not able to, there's no exemptions that apply to the name, to the information solicited, any of that. This would create an exemption for demographic information when there is a name associated. So that'd be a helpful exemption because, again, there's this concept, especially from constituents, that we are able to assert privacy on behalf of them. In large part, we are never able to do that. When constituents, for example, submit a code enforcement complaint, the universe in which we are able to redact the complainant's name is a very small universe. But I think there's an expectation that I'm doing this privately. So this is another privacy tool. The other one that thankfully, thanks to the chief, we don't have to deal with is there's litigation and associated legislation with the flock cameras. which are the cameras that are license plate readers. So for agencies that are, most of the agencies I'm aware of have bagged their cameras until it's worked out, because the camera's retention and production capabilities do not necessarily match Washington public records laws. But we don't have to deal with that. Thank you.
I'm glad we only considered those cameras when we didn't invest in it because we were close and we didn't pull the trigger on it. Any
All
further
right.
questions?
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
All right, I'm going to run through the rest of our agenda. Council committees are next. Economic Development Tourism hasn't met yet. Have you guys established a meeting date yet?
I believe so.
You don't believe so? Okay, all right, I'm just checking in. Utilities, I heard this evening that your February meeting's been canceled and that transportation is actually going to meet on that night for a quick meeting. Finance, you're scheduled to meet in February. I believe
we're working it out still.
Tuesday, and still waiting for feedback from some of you for time. Transportation met tonight. Congratulations, Councilmember Warden. You're now the chair of the Transportation Committee, and do you have a report for us?
I do. Can everybody hear me?
Just fine.
Yep.
All right. So tonight we discussed the Tremont multi-use pathway. We had a really nice presentation. Several options, things to consider, which direction to go. We're in the process of narrowing it down to 2 options based off of the footprint and the cost. We're going to bring those, I'm pretty darn positive, to the February work study. So we're going to bump up our meeting to February 10th, a week before. That way we can discuss it one more time before we bring it to the committee, to the council, I apologize, in the work study. Our goal is to give you guys the best available options with everything that we need to consider. The Tremont and Sydney, we discussed pretty interesting roundabout options for the future with the footprint topography that's there. There's an option for like a peanut type of a roundabout. It's pretty interesting, but it would really work out really well for pedestrians as well as the traffic. And then we discussed the Bay Street project, the raising the road and the federal dollars. And I kind of want to let the mayor touch on that part of the federal dollars. Are you okay with that, Rob? Mayor?
Certainly.
All right, please, go ahead, please.
And I think I touched on it last, and I got an email. So right now that's through going through the budget process. Well, I didn't hear this evening from Senator Cantwell's office. I got an email from James Bray, who's Representative Congressman Randall's staff, and the budget, the federal appropriations passed to the House this week. I don't know yet whether or not we were in that. We should, I hope we are, and hopefully by our next council meeting or before, I'll have some more information. And it's this next week, the Senate is supposed to be working on their form of the budget. So that's one of 3 of the first few steps on that $3.5 million that I hope we can receive. So what I know at this point is the House has done their part of it. I hope that we're included in that. It's a much bigger bill than I can assimilate myself. So anything else, Eric?
That's really all. Mark and Scott, if I missed anything, let me know. But I do look forward to next month's work study. Yeah. So great presentation today. Lots to consider. So, yep.
All right. Thank you for your report. Land use, I know you haven't met. Have you identified a meeting date so we can report that?
Right now, we're the 3rd Wednesday of the month, but I'm trying to confirm that with Jim Fisk, so we can get going and elect the chair, et cetera.
and lodging tax is a long ways away. Sewer advisory, that requires coordination with the West Sound folks. I'm not certain that the date's been selected for that yet. Outside agencies, Kitsap Transit met on Tuesday. The majority of the meeting was related to the extended bus and ferry service related to FIFA. And I believe I sent all of you guys that PowerPoint presentation. A couple of those slides were relevant because they give you the dates and times of the games. And then there was a slide that showed, I think the service goes till midnight, the extended bus service and the ferry service. So there was also a discussion, there was a grant money that Kitsap Transit took for the designing a new facility down on our waterfront that didn't move forward. So they're going to return those grant dollars for that design. So mayor's report, I'm sorry, it's lengthy. We've been busy over the last couple of weeks here. So first I'd like to, I know that council members have been invited to the McCormick HOA meeting on March 28th. 4 of you have actually indicated to Brandy you'd like to attend. If I have 4 council members, then I have to send a staff member to take minutes on a Saturday. Are we sure that 4 of you want to attend? If you are, then we will make appropriate.
I'll be there.
Okay. So
What was that date again? I'm sorry.
it's March 28th, and Scott, Shira, Jay, and Mark have all signed up. And I'm just confirming that all 4 of you do intend to, because if we do, we have to notice it as a public meeting and send someone from. So
I think, Mayor, that we'll have to consider that as just a part of doing business in the future with.
Okay. All right. I'm just checking in.
So I guess that would be a question. Charlotte, can one of us take minutes?
So the minutes can be, again, action minutes. So if it's just a conversation, the minutes are literally just.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is their meeting.
Right.
Meeting with the board.
Right.
We get asked informational, like what's happening with this or with that.
Right.
It is never any action taken or asked how we are voting on something.
Right.
It's almost like listening to the mayor's report some days.
Yeah.
So
I don't, do you do minutes for these normally? Or do you notice it as a quorum?
We haven't attended previously.
Okay.
no, we've only had 2 of us there.
I'm sorry.
previously.
Okay. But when they attend other agency meetings, do you just notice it as we just do a notice of quorum? Okay. Yeah. So that's the normal practice we would do is just the action minutes would be attend the meeting. You wouldn't need the action meetings to describe the individual conversations.
So can one of us do that as opposed to having a staff member come in? and
Oh.
engage is my question.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Possibly. I think it just depends on the reliability for agency liability. So if one of you were to take that responsibility on in an official capacity and say, I hereby attest I will do it, then I think that would be a reasonable shift of potential
I'll be more than
liability.
glad to sign up for this one.
Okay, good.
All right. That's
You are the secretary.
all right. Planning a community service day to step up our downtown ahead of FIFA. I talked to Sam about this, and I would like to be closer, right on the cusp of FIFA, because weeds grow in the spring and things. She's pushing for May 16th, which is the weekend before Mosquito Fleet. I'm fine with that date. It's close enough to the FIFA activity. The one challenge to that date is, and I really don't want to go any farther back in May, it's the same day as Armed Forces Day parade in Bremerton. And so is there serious concerns with that date? John is posturing that he has a concern with that.
I'm on that board.
Yeah.
Created that organization. This actually will be the first time I don't lead the parade as its chair, but I will be in it for sure. So
Okay.
other than just a conflict, no.
Okay. And we do have some ROTC folks that Virginia ROTC that volunteer.
I was gonna say, the only other thing I will add, your school marching band won't be there. There's 40 some thousand people that attend that. So I do believe you just won't have great turnout.
Can we ask Sam for do it the week before? The night.
I had a conflict with that date myself, so, and I'm already farther back from FIFA than I really want to be, because then all of a sudden now we got to do something again, you know, and so
Whatever you guys.
just trying to balance.
Yep.
I'm okay with that, Dave.
Okay, I just wanted to communicate that. Friday, I met with the Port Commissioner Gary Anderson, Sam from the Merchants Association staff, we all, and the new port manager, Tim, what's Tim's last name? We just know him as Tim. He's the new James Weaver. So he was down there, walked the waterfront. The port is committed to the banners that Josh identified to hang on the light fixtures. They're going to replace some garbage cans, Gary said. They're going to make repairs to those benches that you don't like, Scott. I'm sorry. It's a big project to remove them because of the way the timber's going to the ground and all the concrete work there. We have got some ideas. That $100,000, about half of it will get based on the desire of the merchants, you know, having more seating opportunities. Those picnic tables that we want are about $5,000 a piece. That adds up fast. Benches are about $1,000 a piece. So we're close to $50,000 right out the gate. So I'm gonna hopefully by the next council meeting have a list of all the things that we're proposing to do to share with you guys. Sam owes me a list of some other things that the merchants want to do too. So got to make sure it all fits. We talked to Adam. I've got another artist touching up the mural. There's about $10,000 right there between those two. So it's going pretty fast.
So was there anything in the draft letter I sent to you that with the pictures that you sent on that?
I sent that whole thing to, no, Dennis did to Tim.
Okay.
To address. So
what kind of lipstick are they putting on those benches?
Replacing some of the boards on them.
Okay.
So,
yeah, at some point we might want to push for modern furniture.
Okay.
And
It
stuff that
is their
tries
property
quickly.
and their, yeah.
I
so
know.
We raised your concern. I shared the picture.
If they like them, we'll switch with what they got on the other side of the water.
Yeah, it's a major project to remove. them.
Yeah,
That was
kind of costly.
it was
Is it?
they're embedded. The timbers on it are about this big.
I know.
embedded in
I mean, you cut them flush and
Yeah.
not
And so I don't know that that's a solution. So the light fixtures were more of a safety concern that are next to them. They're on wooden posts and in poor condition. So they were looking at those going, we've got to address that.
Yeah.
And there's other things that they're going to do for beautification.
What about the notion of putting a site plan, if you will, of the new breakwater? So when people are walking the transient marina, they know this is not
That wasn't part of our conversation on Friday. So
right.
we,
Well, if that was sent on, if that letter was sent on, then they saw it.
yeah, one of the things we identified, we built them a beautiful dumpster enclosure on the end of our generator, and they're not using it, and they didn't know that's where their dumpsters were supposed to go. So, so there was an easy fix there. So, and they've got 3 dumpsters for trash, 1 for recycling. The goal we talked about was getting one bigger dumpster that fits in that, just in the space that we created for them in our project, and eliminating at least the trash on the dock at the end of the dock, entrance to the dock. So it was a good meeting. You know, got the input from the merchants, you know, what they want to see, and a number of, I think we're going to take the existing benches down there and repurpose them, and then put smaller, not benches, picnic tables. The picnic tables that we have on the pads on the grass, remove those because they're big and long, and put 2 picnic tables on each one of those pads. We can accommodate more people and more seating options. Doing a picnic table with a checkerboard on it in the middle of the observation deck, and 3 benches around the perimeter of it. And then I think Mark's going to talk to the Rotary Club about the benches, and the picnic tables at Etta Turner Park are 20 years old.
Close.
And they're recycled plastic and they're not in good condition. If they will tackle the benches, there's 2 picnic tables there that we would potentially then, as part of this process, clean up the waterfront. So
Those picnic tables under the, next to the amphitheater would go away. Under the pavilion,
The overlook.
not the overlook, the picnic tables that,
Oh, at a James Park.
yeah.
I think those are good to,
there's no
I think those are
picnic tables
good.
under the gazebo. There's benches built into the perimeter of it.
well, there's.
The benches, the picnic tables are on the pad.
There's something, somebody's,
There's 2 tables.
Yeah, in,
there,
underneath the,
somebody doesn't take it.
yeah.
Oh, I'm not aware of that. I'll have to go back and look.
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah, if you look
Wasn't
at-
anything that's the city or the Rotary Club. put
Yeah,
in there.
they're in pretty bad shape. They're
Are
old
they?
recycled material and one's got a severe sway in it.
By the bridge, Blackjack Creek.
No,
No, under the pavilion, there by the parking lot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You're talking, okay, we're talking about 2 different locations.
Okay,
mhm.
You're talking about Seroptimus's Overlook.
not
No.
on the overlook itself.
The other one where they have
The marina.
They
music.
have the band set up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the picnic tables under the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are in pretty bad shape.
But whatever, I don't know, what there is something over at the covering Etta Turner, but regularly when it's raining,
Yeah.
there are folks there overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So, okay, so anyway, we had a great meeting, got lots of ideas were shared, and I'll be back, I hope, Sam knows I need the list, because we got to get going on this stuff. This picnic tables and those benches have a 2-month lead time, and we've got to get them ordered soon. 4 of us went down for AWC's Action Days on Friday. Highlights, at least for myself. The state's budget is bleak. Leave it at that. The governor's proposed budget sweeps the Public Works Trust Fund to the amount of $75 million. And I just, John and I spoke to our delegation on this very matter. I think that's poor policy, and we're pushing back on that. Some are already conceding the fact that the trust fund will be swept and are trying to negotiate a deal that the sweep is delayed, because if the sweep is delayed, if they do it at the end of the legislative session and sweep those funds, there's 36 projects that have been awarded to cities that would be clawed back. And that would be horrible to think that your project got funded and now it didn't get funded. So we are planning on using the Public Works Trust Fund for our Old Clifton Water Main project, and the difference in interest rate from what NOAA can get and the bond market to the Public Works Trust Fund is about 2%. And that has a direct effect on our ratepayers. So we're pushing very hard that this we shouldn't be considering when to sweep it. We should never be considering. This is a revolving fund that cities get a loan from, they pay it back, and then those funds are redeployed. We were at AWC put on a fabulous reception on Wednesday evening. John and I had an opportunity to talk to the mayor of Pullman, and it's pretty bad. So some folks are really hurting out there. It makes me feel. I go to these events and talk to people, and we have challenges. Nothing like some of these other folks. They prepared a budget for 2026, $1 million.
7.
Then the price was.
He has to cut $7 million this year in this year's budget.
Yeah. And
I told Francis's story over and over again today.
Yeah. So they already planned for $1 million reduction, and it's way worse than that. And they're a border city, so everybody's going next door to Idaho to buy their gas. Their jobs are moving over there. The restaurants are moving over there.
They lost 2 jet sales because Boeing moved it across state line. And the sales tax that would have hit the city that helps offset the difference in the services they provide for all the college students, because there's 40-some thousand people that live in Pullman, but only about a little over 15,000 that are permanent residents. So that was a huge hit.
Yeah. So, like I say, sometimes we think, we have challenges, and there's a lot of other stories out there, and it's like really great conference. Great. Paulsville put on a they're calling it now the Peninsula Caucus. They have Skig Harbor, Bainbridge, Paulsville, Bremerton didn't attend, did they? No one from Bremerton attended. We did, and the only representatives that came were the 26. So we got some really good one-on-one time with our senator and Representative Richards. So that was, and then in the morning, John and I spent most of Thursday morning up on the Hill in meetings with all of our delegation and talking about our ask for Old Clifton, hammering home the no housing mandates. We need a breather there, and talking about the Public Works Trust Fund. And speaking of legislative things, next Monday we're scheduled to be down in Olympia, and so I need a head count. Who's going? Who's planning on going? Monday. It's Monday evening. We're having the 26th delegation, and what was the time?
Oh, that's on Thursday, isn't it?
Monday.
Monday. I did notice that, but it didn't have any information on it, so I didn't know if it was still happening. I have like something penciled in.
So we are, where are we?
I don't know if it's accurate. My calendar shows 6:30.
I think it's 6:30. Yep. I'll confirm that time. Here we go. 6:30.
What is the location?
I'll get you the address.
Oh, sure. That's all the way in Olympia.
It's in Olympia. Yes, it is.
Oy vey.
Is that what the like?
Okay, so Scott, 53, you out?
Yeah, I'm out.
Eric, are you in?
Yeah, I have a doctor appointment in Bellevue at 3. I should be able to make that. Yeah, I should be able to make that. So I'm gonna say yes to
Okay,
that.
we'll save you some leftovers.
I'll let you know by tomorrow for sure.
Okay, just please, so tentatively, Sherry, you a maybe?
Yeah, I have to
Okay,
think about that.
if you could let me, I told Shelley I'd give her an answer tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll push it off till the end of the day.
I mean, I'll say yes now. I'm just saying, y'all know I have young kids, so. It's a yes
And you'll let me
until
know in the
it's
morning.
not.
Okay, so tentatively 6 of us. Are there any dietary restrictions?
Yes, gluten-free, dairy-free.
Okay. Anybody else?
Just that there's food. I didn't.
Good.
I didn't get lunch today.
Okay. All right. Moving on. We wanted to talk about potential dates for town hall meetings. Did everybody bring their calendar? Are we prepared?
Yep.
Okay, so, and somebody threw out Thursday, so I focused on Thursdays.
Oh, I like Thursday.
Okay. And so I went spring, summer, and early fall. And so the first group of dates I've got, first one is March 26th, followed by April 2nd, 9th, or 16th. Any of those dates?
All good
Not
for me.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
March 26th, April 2nd, April 9th, or April 16th. Tell me what, if any of those dates don't work. And
And
we'll-
what is?
I like
it for?
April 2nd.
having a,
Oh, don't work.
tell me what it doesn't work.
Yes.
26 does not work.
Perfect. I didn't offer you the 26th, so that's good.
No, you said March 26th.
March 20.
Oh, I did say.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry, I did say March.
Yeah, you did. I was to say.
Okay, so now we're to April. April 2nd, 9th, or
Yes.
16th.
I can
Yes.
do that.
Yes.
Second.
All good.
Prefer the second.
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 I'm hearing the second.
I would
Second,
prefer
second.
the second.
All right, we're gonna go with the second.
Okay.
All right. Look how easy that was.
Yeah.
Somebody said it couldn't be done.
That's also the day of the annual KEDA annual meeting. So I know
thought
this body normally goes, we get a table.
Over at 1.
It is, I'm just saying, just for,
Yep, it'll be a long day.
Ooh, this is our first town hall, you mean?
Yes, it is. We'll get the locations. Listen, we're working on dates first.
Yes.
One thing at a time.
I like
June, now I'm looking at June, 4th, 18th, or 25th. Any of those dates not work for anybody?
This is for
I gotta
another one.
hold this time already for the first.
Yeah.
You're still working on putting the first one in.
Yeah.
Correct.
This is for another second.
It's I'm thinking we're gonna 3 this year.
Spring, summer.
And you,
fall.
I'm sorry.
Fall. And we talked about something downtown, something out towards Bethel, and something in McCormick.
Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry. Did you say, June what?
4, 18, and 25th.
Good for all.
Oh, well, June, no, that'd be okay. How about June?
Any of those have a conflict, Eric, you think? Or is it,
I like the
Nope,
first
I-
one.
I'll make it work.
you don't like the 4th?
No, I like the fourth.
You like the 4th. I'm hearing that now we're what we like. Nobody spoke up against June 4. Everybody good
Yep.
with June 4?
Mhm.
Okay,
I like it early.
done.
Speak now.
Now we're to September.
Hold on,
Nope.
Scott. take the
Yeah.
hesitation.
But I was still trying to key in the other one, so,
We don't all have to make them all. It's,
yeah, I
you
know,
know,
but I'd like to.
I know.
All right, everybody looking at September.
Mm-hmm. September.
I was available every Thursday, 3rd, 10th, 17th, 24th.
I'm not available 24th.
You're not available 24th.
Going on
Okay.
September.
What were the dates again?
3rd, 10th, and now the 17th.
I like the 3rd. I kind
I
of
like
like
the
it.
third. I
I
like the
think-
beginning.
That's the cadence of that now is
Mhm.
the first Thursday.
I
Yeah,
like
I'm kind of liking that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
If you do it on the 10th, you have to buy me cake.
Oh, is that your birthday? Ooh.
We're definitely doing the 3rd.
No, I'd buy cake just to see it.
Just to see.
Yeah.
We good with the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, we take it. Okay. And we'll talk more about locations
Location.
and content at maybe the next council meeting. We'll
Yeah.
Keep picking away at this
Yeah.
because we've got till April. All right.
Ooh, that was good.
That is the mayor's
No,
report.
well, Mayor, before you finish,
Mm,
and since you have calendars open,
mhm.
and maybe I've missed this, have we narrowed down a retreat date?
We haven't, but how about we do that next time?
Yeah.
Okay, 'cause
I-
we need,
Because first I'll scour my calendar.
no, but I'm just saying, 'cause
Okay,
we're
so
getting
here's
it.
historically, we've done them on a Friday.
Mhm.
Some of you have work challenges that, are we comfortable still doing on a Friday? Probably slightly more than a half a day is what we've done in the past.
Well,
Depends on the Friday.
Okay, so I'll come back with some dates
Yeah.
in part of my next mayor's report for
Appreciate it.
in
Thank
the
you.
spring, I would
Well,
think.
Why don't we
Mayor, I
keep
would
it on
say
a
that
Thursday,
if
not a
anybody's
Friday?
interested in a Saturday, let's consider that
Oh.
too.
Okay.
But,
I'm never okay with Saturdays. Those are
No.
my
Okay.
days.
Yeah, me either.
all right.
But that's a farmer's
That's-
market.
That's fine.
Okay, I will come back with a similar smattering of dates.
That'd be great.
I just I didn't look at that. So April-ish, is that?
Is there a way we can consider something such as a President's Day?
I'm okay with it. It'd be a Monday typically.
I'm out of town.
But
Are you-
everything's all
I-
closed here.
I'm trying to think of other ways that other people don't have to take off of work.
I appreciate that. I don't have a problem taking off work if that's
Okay.
is best for the group.
And typically it's been, we start about 9, we, work a little past lunchtime and then we cater in, box lunch.
I was just gone the last week in April.
You're gone the last week in April.
Yep.
Okay, so it's really a bit, we've got the biennial budget, it's driving the budget process and getting priorities. So there's no rush to do it this spring. So maybe dates in May, June. Is it-
I always think,
still
a
go with April.
little
But you
sooner.
were
is
saying you
better.
weren't available in
Yeah.
April.
No, just the last weekend in April.
Oh, last weekend, Dave.
Yeah,
Okay.
April's good
And
otherwise.
I would hesitate you going past June with
Okay, let's,
with
Yeah, for
just
sure.
FIFA going on and all the things in life that just
I think April's.
Life's going to get crazy.
Yeah, we don't want to go past that. That's
With the work studies leading up to that, kind of talking about
Yep.
how we
Okay.
can get there with ideas from.
I'd like to check my
Councilmember.
calendar more. Let's see.
Okay, I made myself a note.
Thank you.
All right. Department heads. Mr. Ryan.
Good evening again. I'm sure everybody at this point has heard about the WashDOT fish crossings that they're removing fish barriers throughout the state. It's a federal requirement. There is a fish crossing, they call it Site J, that is near our industrial park on SR 16. Over the last year, the contractor in the state have been evaluating to see if our 16-inch water transmission line was going to be in conflict with their bypass of this project. And they, about a month ago, has determined that they cannot do their bypass with our location of our water line in its current location. It's very common for WashDOT to require the agencies to relocate these water transmission lines that are in the state highway at our cost. This is something I just wanted to give council a heads up that this is going to be coming very quickly, that you will see the memorandum of understanding with the state and the city before you for approval. And then also we will enter into an agreement with the contractor to perform the design and the work. So just to keep you.
Just spitballing, we're probably talking 80 grand for the design and probably $250,000. And it's no for the work that we require this of PSE and other utility providers all the time on our projects, that they have to move their utilities at their expense. And now we're on the other side of that. Yes, sir.
I really need to take a break.
Okay, we are 5 minutes from DM. You can take a break.
Okay, if it's 5 minutes.
I will, we are, trust me, nearing the end.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else, Fran?
Nothing.
Nothing for you?
Nothing for me.
I will be very brief. I just wanted to, we did just recently hire 2 new officers. One is starting next month and one is probably starting in early April. I'm excited to bring them on. They won't be operational until late fall, early winter, but we are continuing to make progress on our staffing issues. And then again, I just wanted to let the council know that Blue Bridge is live. We've been successful so far. We're still awaiting the debit cards for the officers. We expect that by the end of the week, but we've done a lot of social media outreach. I want to get back from vacation. We're going to be meeting with Rotaries and Chamber and a bunch of other groups throughout town. And we will make sure to not only share our success stories here in council, but we'll be doing a lot of outreach with that as well. Thank you.
Blue Bridge Alliance, bluebridgealliance.org. And I'm challenging everybody to do $100.
I just put it in my.
I have a QR code for you later.
It's awesome. So,
New hires and not experienced? No, they are brand new.
Yeah, Councilmember, go ahead.
So I was talking to the chief a little bit about this earlier. $100 is good for a month with one officer, more or less. It might be time dependent, might be season dependent, but that's about how much an officer can expect to spend with their card, I guess, credit card or whatever it may be. That's more or
QR
less.
codes over there to help you with that transaction.
I've done it.
Okay, I'm trying to get us
done it?
out of here in 5 minutes. Ms. Wallace, she has nothing. Look at that. Look how fast.
Gosh, that's kind of pressure, you know?
Yeah, we have our second citizen comment period. The council chambers are packed. Mr. Bond has his hand raised. He has a staff report from Canada.
Real quickly, Jim Fisk sent an email to both the Economic Development Committee and the Land Use Committee. I know Jay mentioned the Land Use Committee coordinating meeting times. Please reply to Jim's email from Wednesday afternoon so we can get those meetings scheduled.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
All right, good to the order.
Short and brief. Thank you, Mayor. I spent another day down in Olympia lobbying on our behalf and everybody's behalf when I go down there. If you haven't taken the opportunity, I would highly suggest that you do, whether that's during session or when you go down with us next Monday. But we are changing people's minds daily, and it really does impact what happens in this entire state. In fact, we made a change of heart today that will probably impact a piece of legislation that wasn't going to happen. That's now going to happen. So it does work. Please engage.
Okay. I want details later.
Right.
Was a super opening of Helpline at their new location. I knew several council members were there and the mayor was there. I dropped off a flyer for their event on February 7th, if you can go. And that's it for me.
Okay, Councilmember Warden, I see your hand raised. Go ahead.
It is. Councilmember Morrissey and myself, we're
I'm
talking.
calling the buzzer. I'm sorry. Y'all are gonna have to wait now.
Okay.
You
I'm not
guys-
gonna wait. I'll just continue.
No,
Yeah,
go
so.
ahead. Go ahead. I mean, just go to the front.
Yeah, so John and myself been talking about what we're calling a town hall, and we would like to try to figure out we know how we would like to do the town hall, what our thoughts are. We kind of want to stick with it, which is possibly having the council members discuss the agendas, topics, but kind of do it off of the committees, you know. So each committee member, if that's their topic, they can discuss it. Might be out of their comfort zone, but it's kind of what it's about, is try to break us out of our comfort zone a little bit as well. So we want to get together and figure out the agenda. Were we thinking we're going to do that in a work study, or should
I was
we?
gonna offer February's work study for that.
February's work study for that? Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, work study sounds good.
Yeah.
I think that'd be better than up here at the dais.
Yeah, that'd be, yeah, I agree with that. So, okay, so we'll put that on February's work study to pencil it out. Sounds good.
Cool. All right. I'm meeting, anything else from anybody?
That's all I have. Thanks.
I did.
Yep.
There's nobody there.
There's nobody in, the room's packed. Okay, anybody online wishing to testify or to comment to the council, please raise your hand. And I see no hands raised. Brandy, you see any hands raised? All right.
Okay.
Our meeting is adjourned.
All right.
So Eric, the order is we're going to talk about the format of the town hall meetings at the February work study.
Right.
And we're adjourned.
When SC